1 2 1 2. Hello. Let's see if if audio is on at YouTube. It is. And how are we going with Twitch? We have audio both on Twitch and YouTube, so I think we can start. What's up, y'all? It's 2025, a new year, same Ado Rozo. I'm game developer, professionally working in the field, and these streams are meant to be a venue in which we could all learn new things. For me, most of those things are outside of regular curriculum that I do at work, although at some point I want to touch on those topics and stream a little bit more of C++ gameplay coding, because that's what I'm employed for. Today we'll be continuing the series that I started long time ago about learning game design tricks and implementing some prototypes and finding out what's fun and what's not for the simple game that I'm making. That is about shooting arrows from bows and solving puzzles and traversing the world and changing the world state that way. And we will see how far we will go. Let's maybe do a quick review of what we do have here. It's been a couple of weeks since holiday, Christmas, or yeah, it's been a couple of weeks since Christmas break. So I kind of need to remind myself, what was I doing? I have a plan for today in my trusty notepad. I love writing in the old notepad with the pen. There is something about the physicality of it that inspires creativity. Yeah, let's just play it. Oh, and I left a message for myself from a couple of weeks ago. That's a nice trick, to print out what you were meant to do, some box or something. That way. Dear 2025 Ado, hey, that's me. Things to fix. Wind actor has collision with arrows. Okay. So that's one of the things for fixing. Wind actor doesn't affect all bubbles inside of it. That is interesting. Also, it looks like after bursting, projectile might be changing its lifespan or something. Alright. So I have couple of bugs to fix. And now the decision. Will I be fixing them right away? Or will I quickly do a review of what the hell I even did in this little game that I'm creating here? Start implementing what I planned for today, and maybe at the end of the stream fix those bugs. I think I might leave those bugs for later, because I'm afraid that they might take, like, I don't know, half a stream, and then I won't be able to implement what I wanted to implement. So that's the way we will do it. That's the way we will do it. Okay, so where are the blueprints at? Where the hell did I put this print string? Because I want to quickly review what the hell I have been doing. Let's see. Print. There's some print string, but that's not it. This is the only one print string. That's not it. First person character. Did I put this in here? No. Where the hell did I put this print string? And bubble base. I got this shit. In tick. Okay, so we will leave it for now. Because I need to review what the hell were we doing in 2024 at the end. This is a game about shooting bow and arrow. So let's shoot some bows and arrows. First, whoa, this is such a busy scene, so let's get into shooting range maybe. Why all of my materials need to be rebuilt? Oh my god. We have an enemy that is chasing us that I can shoot, and it's loud as fuck. I think it might be too loud. Wouldn't you agree? So let's... where the hell is it? Come on, man. Nah, that's wrong freaking thing. Oh, we got access none, trying to read property. Okay, another bug appeared. I just want to enter the mixer. There you go. That's what I wanted. Yeah, let's make it less exploding in your ears. We have an enemy that can be chased. We have stars to collect. The chaos destruction is fucked up on them, but whatever. We collect them through shooting at them. We can charge our arrow and try to hit the moving object. It changes the color. We have a couple of types of arrow, from what I remember. I think we're able to change it here. We had bouncy arrow. That can bounce off surfaces. Any surface really. And it bounced back. It could be used to solve such a simple puzzle as... I need to implement sprint or something. We need to hit this block inside of a glass cell. For some reason, let's say we wouldn't be able to get through here, but we can shoot. We could use it in all these kind of scenarios. That one inspired, as you can see, it looks funny. That arrow inspired shark arrow. That works like this. It creates a shark that travels on the ground. Woo! And the shark jumps out of the floor. You could also try to solve this puzzle in that way. It probably needs to be, you know, implemented a little bit more so you can see when the shark will jump out of the ground. Yeah, but it is funny. Alright. And we also have mushroom arrow. Let's start this. That one enlarges objects until they die. So, bang, bang, boom. It's kind of like if you were taking a mushroom from Mario games and shooting them at enemies, and they are constantly getting bigger until they explode like piñata. Okay, so we have this. And let's change back to regular arrows. And show a completely different type of mode of transportation that we also have in this game as a prototype. But let's get to movement range, which is just a regular open world template from Unreal. But the thing is, I can aim in direction and just boo! Launch myself. And if, because I'm not sure if it will happen, if this game will have more open areas, this will be the primary mode of transportation. It is so funny. Bam. It is so funny looking to me. I could just spend next 4 hours just doing this. There is something so silly and stupid about this mode of transportation. Whee! But I could just do it all day. But we're not here to fuck spiders, as Australian says. Or so I heard. So let's get back to our regular bow component. One day I should implement weapon and arrow switching, but that's for later. Right now we are just creating dirty prototypes. We are treating our dirty prototype of a game as a giant toy box when we are constantly throwing new toys at. We have our minimum viable product completed, which was the first phase in this series, where I was just iterating until basic shooting and charging arrow and shooting at stationary targets and moving targets felt satisfying, which meant figuring out what I actually want from a player when it comes to aiming and charging. What are my maximum, what is the maximum of my ask towards player, right? What is the minimum? And what cosmetic cues do we need in order to feel this tingling satisfaction with our brain, right? When shooting. And now we're in the toy box phase, when we are just throwing toys into the box and trying to play with them until we are able to build some kind of sequence. And just to review a little bit more from what we were doing at the end of the year, what I did was I created a super small, crude and cartoony propagation system, flame propagation system, sorry. Give me a second. Sorry for that, I have a nasty sinus infection. Okay, so I created a basic super crude flame propagation system that can be affected by wind. Here we have a wind actor with the red arrow pointing towards where the flame where actually wind blows, and the direction of flame propagation might be affected by this. Normally the flame propagates like this in 4 directions of the world. If it touches the flammable surface, which is brown, it will grow and propagate further. If it touches non-flammable surface, which is everything that is not of that color, it will not propagate. So only a couple of flames had been created and propagated, and that's it. Now, actually I don't need to be in the game, I can just tap simulate. If we were to move this actor here, the direction of propagation will be influenced and our flame will propagate only in one specific direction. Right? Also, we have bubbles in this game that we can burst with our arrows, and those bubbles this is a state tree bubble. Let me delete this from the level. Can be carriers of different things. It can be a carrier for a flame. It can be a carrier for a water. If we burst a bubble with the flame, it will drop down on a surface, and if it is a flammable surface, as I said, the flame will stay there, grow until it propagates. If it will, fall on non-flammable surface, it won't grow at all, it will die out, right? Yeah. Let's show this off. Yeah, maybe let's show this off in that way. And the flame drop there, and it will try to propagate further. But it can't. Now, we have those bubbles carrying water. If I burst it, the flame will be put out. And that way, I can try to create a labyrinth that will allow me to move through the flames. So these water carrying bubbles can be used to put out flames, because our flames are interacting with water and can be put out that way. Woo. That's quite cool. That was an empty bubble carrying nothing. And yeah, our bubbles also can be affected by wind actor. So if I take my wind actor here and move it towards, whoa, I overshot it. Here, it will get pushed as long as it is in the volume of a actor in the wind direction. So we got that going on, right? So we can kind of see how we could start assembling things for a level when you could have something that creates wind, something that spawns bubbles carrying different things, and by shooting those bubbles you could solve some problems and create solutions for puzzles, right? Or maybe destroy an enemy or two that cannot be killed by just shooting at it. It has to be destroyed in a different way, right? So we have that going on for ourselves. The bugs we will fix for later. But I've been thinking about interactions, even more interactions, like what we could do with flame, like just using flames to create a barrier that we have to put out by water. It's only one way use, right? We should use flames with lots of other things. I have a flammable surface where the flame can stay on. How about we implement burning stuff today, burning shit today, right? And I've been thinking, let me turn on trusty paint and paint you what I've been thinking. First of all, whoa, what is happening with... Oh, wow. Yeah, I got a new monitor, but my drawing pad, my tablet, is not aligned properly yet. Okay, I don't want to waste time with that right now, so I will just use mouse like a caveman. Yeah. So, what if we actually had like some kind of bush? Why did I click this? Some kind of bush that we could burn down, right? By dropping a flame on it. But just having an object that has some bush mesh, bush mesh, it sounds weird. Bush mesh. Have some kind of, you know, dried up plants or whatever that can be burned. That is kind of boring, right? So I was thinking, what if I actually use the spline mesh to create, for example, like a long, elongated piece of wood, right? That is dried up. And if I drop the flame on here, it will start propagating towards that end and towards that end. It will start burning whole, and after, you know, like a second or two, it will burn down all the way. But it still conveys the idea of flame propagation, right? Where you are just putting fire to one part of this wooden, elongated, curvy stick, and it slowly propagates. And if it touches or crosses over with another piece of wood, it will collide here, and the new propagation will be starting here and here. That way, instead of creating like couple of very distinct meshes that you could burn, and they are just basically a stopgap there, this could be used as a design tool to not only create blocking paths for our player to burn down, to go through, but also we could create like an ignition sequence, right? Where, for example, some kind of stone door is covered by those kind of vines, but the bubble or whatever produces bubbles is in a completely different room. But you have those vines connected to the stone door, and the bomb sits near the stone door. Let me quickly draw that idea. Here is a stone. This is a top-down view, right? Here is a stone door completely covered in vines, right? And let's maybe erase that fragment. And we have another room in here, right? And those vines are actually growing from here to here, and here is something that can produce a flame, right? But unmovable bomb is here. And that way we can actually introduce some idea of tracing where the flame might go, right? And in the future we could maybe think of idea of how to create or how to allow player to create such lines of propagation of fire, right? So today we'll be using spline mesh component and splines to create flammable flames, where the flame propagation will also occur along the spline mesh. Will it work? How it will work? And how you do this, I'm not really sure. I'm on uncharted territory for me here. But, you know, let's see what will happen. Will we be doing this on this level? Actually, yeah, because we have lots of flame propagation here. There's also a couple of, quick side note, couple of Niagara related concepts that I wanna try out here in on streams that are relegated more to gameplay or optimization, etc. I learned recently about Niagara data channel that I could use to render lots of flames as particles, right? Systems, without really having a Niagara system per actor, right? Instead, I could have one Niagara system that I could just tell, hey, here's where you should start spawning your particle. And use that for visualization. So it will be more optimal. So yeah, let's move our player start actor first here. And let me review how the flame interaction was occurring actually. We have our let me quickly see. The fire bubble just after being bursted, bubble base. It just spawns actor. Spawned item. Our fire bubble for sure has a spawned item, BP flame base, right? So let's go, BP flame base. How does it work? We are using mostly blueprint interfaces. We are using mostly blueprint interfaces to realize interactions between different domains. And I approached it in such way that interface just basically is a mean of communicating that, hey, interaction between those two actors happens within this domain, but the actor themselves decide how do they react on given information. So, for example, if something touches BP flame base and tells it, hey, wind interaction happened and here's the direction, it is the flame base that decides what is going to happen with this information. The same with water interaction. If something from water domain tells our flame base that, hey, here is the interaction that happened, there could be some additional data with it, but it's the flame that decides how it reacts on water, not water telling flame what to do. It is important distinction because I've been in too many code bases where it would be the water calling flame functions directly and then trying to trace what is happening is very hard. Sion says, hello there. Hello there. I hope I did it in an Obi-Wan Kenobi way. How are you doing? How is your health, dude? Because mine is a little bit fucked up. I have infected sinuses and man, it's not that great. I hope you and your family are great health-wise. How are you doing? How are you spending this Sunday? Yeah, so that distinction is important because trying to trace, okay, why my flame behaved this way that it behaved, suddenly you have to go through like 7 different actors because one actor is calling methods on the other actor directly or functions, and it's just a mess. Using interfaces that way is way better because my water, I had water actor somewhere. Yeah, we have it here. Water actor base. Let's open it up. When it overlaps with something, it tells it, yeah, you're overlapping with me, I am water. That's it. And flame will react to it in a different way. It will spawn Niagara and decide, it will decide that, hey, I'm dying out soon. Dried out ass plant might actually decide, hey, I will bloom right now, or whatever. So, you know, this kind of distinction is better, because for me in prototype, it is better to have an actual blueprint, no pun intended, or pun intended, actual blueprint of how given actor works here, and I can see it all in one view, rather than having to go through like 6 different actors to understand what my flame is doing and why it is doing something. Sion answers the question about how he is doing. Says, okay, cleaning house right now. We're okay, good health so far. Wish all the good health, friend. Thank you, dude. I certainly need it. And I also certainly need to clean my house. The camera view is set up in such a way that, you know, you see what I want you to see. But if I turn it around, man, fucking Armageddon. In that way, I do fit in the stereotypical programmer, where on my PC, everything is, you know, great. My PC on its own is also clean and shit. But my house isn't. Okay, so we are using interfaces for our interaction. How many interfaces do we have? We have in water related folder water affected interface and fire related. We don't have fire interface yet. And wind related, we have BI wind affected interface. Okay, okay. So, to realize the dream of flame propagation on wooden vines that are set up along the splines, we need to have flame interface in order to tell any other actor that, hey, you just been touched by a flame, here's my position, maybe some additional data, do whatever the fuck you want with it, right? And that's where the vine will do a detection, like, okay, I've been touched in here, so I need to start propagating this flame toward that end and toward the other end of propagation, while constantly moving this funny collision along the spline, and oops, oh, we touched another goddamn vine. Let's start another propagation there, etc., etc. The thing is, because we are implementing, prototyping all of this game only in blueprints, it won't be that optimal with this propagation, but you know, I just want to see how good it will be to play with it. Okay, so maybe first and fire related, let's create a new blueprint interface. Blueprint interface, BPI, flame, how to call it? Flame interaction, just that basically, because I have BPI water affected, and what was the name of wind affected? I kind of forgot. Wind affected. Okay, now let's, if that's the case, let's keep up with the naming convention. BPI flame affected, because actually I don't know what kind of effect my flames might have on different objects. So let's keep it actually simple. Flame affected sounds nice. Okay, so the new function will be on flame overlap. How about that? Description used to tell other objects that they have been touched by flame. Keywords flame overlap. Compact note title. No, I don't need this, and I need the I think I need the input, right? I need the input or the output? Let me remind myself how engine thinks of this. Input, exactly. Output would mean something different. Okay, and the input would be in flame overlap location. Do we need rotation, etc.? Rotation and scale? Well, I don't think so. We don't need scale. Any other parameters that I need right now for flame overlapping and propagation? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that ends our BP flame propagation. And what will we have here? Ah, the explosion V effect. Okay, okay. Falling water actor, I don't need it. Water bubble, I don't need it. Water affected, I don't need it. I'm not working with bubbles right now. Water actor base, no. Although I do have to think about how water will be putting out fire on those splines. But that's something to think about for later. Also, a small housekeeping note. I think during that month I want to create the Discord for this channel. That could serve as a better communication between me and y'all. Where I could, for example, say, hey, the new stream is happening this and that day and this will be the topic. Or I could say that, hey, sorry, the planned stream that was supposed to happen, I have to unfortunately move it to other date because, I don't know, I'm super sick or some family business is happening or something super important that I cannot move into another date, right? Or just to see what you guys are working on, right? Or gauge interest in like, hey, I'm thinking about covering this kind of topic. What do you guys think about this? You know, some sort of communication. And another thing that I already started compiling, but it will be a live ongoing process and I want to publish it either on next stream or the stream after that, is I have lots of notes either in notebooks like this or my own Google Docs, etc. about some of the tidbits of Unreal Engine that either you will find at different forums but completely separated, etc. and I was making notes of those, or I encountered something in my professional work that you know, I've been using ever since and I haven't seen anyone mention it really. Or I've been working with a very specific plugin and there is some caveat or specific variable that doesn't work the way the description tells you it works, or you know, all the quirks of the Unreal Engine that I found out over the years. Or might not even quirks of Unreal Engine, maybe something Rider related if you are coding in Rider or Blender or whatever. Everything that I found, I want to compile it, and I already started doing it as a public GitHub repository, like this kind of live documentation of everything I ever noted while working professionally in game development. I think it might be a good resource. Sometimes it might just be a page full of links to other resources, but I think it would be nice to share. Like so many of my friends are already kind of asking me like, hey, do you know anything about this plugin? I'm like, yeah, let me vert to my notes. I remember doing something. Hey, do you have any note on this and that? Even if it is just a link to further research, they are still glad that I have a note for that. So, you know, I want to share this, all of these notes with you. I already written some of those, chased them down and written some of those and put them on GitHub, but I need to add a little bit more until I feel comfortable publishing it. It will be live ongoing project, because if I, find out something during work or during stream or on my own other non-streaming time, and I will take a note of it, it will be happening. I will be adding it, to this live documentation of all of the quirks that I found out about any of the software that I use to make video games. Okay, to get back to track. Yeah, so we have our interface of flame affected. Now let's create our flammable vines. And now another typical fucking problem shows up. Which folder do I put flammable vines in? Is it fire related because it, interacts with fire? Maybe, but it would also maybe interact with water. Maybe putting water on those dried ass vines will do some weird effect on it, of blooming and constricting and maybe crushing something or whatever, or picking up something. I am not sure really. So it might also be affected by wind in some shape or form, or maybe some other domain if I will introduce it, some magical things. So, I think I will just create a new folder. But these are the type of questions that sometimes you can sit down with another programmer or artist or designer and talk 20 minutes about which folder given object, belongs to, which is funny. Naming conventions and folder structures are always a pain of flamed discussion, no pun intended. I've seen people getting very uptight about this shit. Meanwhile, Unreal introduced collections, so no matter the folder structure, you can create your own personal connections and put objects in those collections with the logic that you do feel personally is better, and work your way with that. That's something cool. So I will call it just vines. And let's create a new blueprint class. BP vine spline base. Because I'm not sure if I will only have one type of vine, or maybe different type of vines that have different capabilities, etc. So first of all, let's create a regular old as spline and spline mesh component, and the logic that will allow us to, add splines to the level, move them around, etc, etc. So let's first deal with that. So let's add spline, just a spline, and it will be named spline, of course. Now let's get to construction script, because that's how you usually do it. We take our spline, we create for loop, and we will be iterating between the first and the last spline point when we will be adding spline meshes. So spline get points, get number of spline points, and because we are iterating, the last index is always the number of elements in the array minus 1, subtract 1. It's always like this. And my OCD is kicking in. I don't have an OCD, but I like things aligned. And now we are adding spline mesh component, right? Relative transform should be at 0. Now that we have our set spline mesh component, we can set mesh actually on it, create a variable from it, spline mesh. In this case, it will be just a cylinder. And from what I remember, I will have to play around with axis, but whatever. And now we are taking the spline mesh and set low. No, what was that? I forgot the name of the function, but I think it was set start spline start. Yeah, set start and end. But wait a second, no, that's not it. What was the name of that? Oh god damn, I forgot it. It always happens. Get boundary, forward, spline up, get start. No, it's set. But it was something with the point. How the hell could I forget it? Shit, I forgot the name. I need to Google it because I forgot the name of the function. It was what was the name of that stuff? Nah, it was alright. I was right. Set, start, end. What I forgot is I was supposed to take spline. Yep. It is a spline function, not a spline mesh. I am stupid. Sorry for that. Sometimes you can forget about stuff. And not at distance. Set location and sorry, not set. Get location and tangent at spline point. That's what I wanted to find. But I completely forgot that it was a spline component. That's what happens. You can forget where the function was. And we are getting the point index because we are dealing with the beginning of our spline mesh. And this is the important thing because I think it changed somewhere around Unreal. In some Unreal 4 version, I think, because if you will be googling spline mesh components and splines, etc., and how to set it up, you will find tutorials and forum posts, etc., that will show you someone constructing the spline object, right, with the spline mesh, etc., and they will be changing coordinate space here to world, and then hooking this up here. But the problem is, at some point, this node, I think, changed from world position, from world space to local space. So you will find screenshots and tutorials that will be hooking this up to the set start and end functions, and it will work for them. It will not work for you. How do I know this? Because I followed those tutorials some time ago. and it was not working out, and it was due to the coordinate space changing for this node. So you need to keep this as local. This accepts the data as local space, and you will be golden. So we are hooking up the position and tangent, so it will know how to modify the mesh. I know that you can also use spline-based methodology, and I think spline meshes with PCG, but I haven't really played around with that. I used splines in PCG to spawn things along the spline, near the spline, or whatever rule you could use, but I haven't used spline mesh PCG spawning or whatever. I've seen people talking about this, but that's it. And now we need our end position for our new spline. Our new segment of spline mesh component. So this should be the location of the next spline point. So the two spline points is a given. Yeah, so I think we can just add one, and here, copy that, and this will be the end point for this thing, or we could just hook that up actually. Yep. And hook it up to end position here and tangent here. Update mesh is a given. That's also another thing that I think might have changed, that you have to call update mesh on your own at the end or something. Yeah, there are some screenshots with that. And I think that's it, really. Now we will see that in the viewport we have it all fucked up, as I said, because now when we select add spline mesh component, we can tell it how to treat which axis on a mesh is a forward axis. And I think in our case it is Y, so it will be creating nice, no, it's not Y. I'm sorry, the forward axis is Z, of course. And now it will create nice splines. If we will move it here, it will create it like this. Now if we'll create another point, it will be like this. And another point, it will start moving upwards. Of course, you know, depending on your mesh, it might get fucked up, stretched out, etc. That's why technical artists sometimes spend so much time around creating good spline meshes and spline based spawning. For our prototype, we don't really care about that much. We could also try to introduce the scale of a spline point, so it will affect the scale of our spline mesh, etc, etc, but it would be more of like a cherry on top of kind of thingy, instead of in any way, shape or form informing us of any gameplay elements, really. And now I just had a thought that I think I made a mistake here. I think, first of all, I should -1 this. And I think it might even be -2, right? Because if we are at the last point, or second to last point of our spline, and we want to add spline mesh and end it at the last point, we should go -2. And that should probably be better, because we had some two meshes overlapping here, and I think it was due to us actually spawning spline mesh at the last position of spline, where we just shouldn't spawn anything there. We just use the last point of spline as the ending of the mesh that started in a previous point. I don't know if it made sense what I just said. I hope it did. But yeah, now we can play around with it. But let's kill that. Let's kill that. And leave it as this, right? The additional thing I want to do is, of course, I want to have collisions here because we'll be shooting at it. So block all. We'll be using those vines to block passages, or maybe creating makeshift bridges or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could do with it. This one vine spline base is just something to construct those vines. Now I'm thinking, should I create a child asset and that's where I will be implementing the fact that it is flammable vine, or should I do it in base blueprint? The idea that it is flammable depends heavily on the material used on it, right? Or should I say physical material? Because depending on if the surface is flammable or not, it will behave one way or the other. Those vines could be made out of steel or something. But I think for now I will keep it all in base blueprint. And because I am using interfaces, creating a child actor and moving some of the functionality to be just present, to be present only in the child actor, will be a piece of cake. Famous last words probably, but whatever. Let's play with it. So we have our spline. We can see if it's working out fine. But let's maybe add material to this shit. Yeah, I should also add another logic to it. Set material. And what's the name of material that has a flammable surface? It is wood target. Okay. It will be wood target. Collision is turned on. It has material. Yep. Our wood has an awful lot of, you know, shiny stuff going on, so maybe let's... yeah, I haven't... I should probably... convert to parameter, specular. Let's clean that up. And roughness. Default is 03, so let's be consistent. Now. Yeah, I want it to look like this. No shininess to it. It's supposed to represent the flammable wood. Flammable surface of a wood or whatever. So now we have this. Let's use it in the level. I can take it. Take this spline point. Let's move it here. On another one. Start to do this. Move it that way. Etc. etc. turn it into local. And maybe let's spawn another one down here. Something like this, yeah. This is our dry as vine that we want to burn. So I think it has a collision. I hope it has a collision. Let's quickly see. Show collision. Yeah, it has collision. Although, as we can see, there might be problems with collision because static mesh shows this kind of shit. And it's not that great. But if we actually start tracing it, actually, wait, what the flying fuck? Okay, I don't understand how it renders this collision because actually it looks with this test, and I pressed the semicolon to quickly turn on this debug camera, which constantly traces. This is a great way to see if you are tracing something and what are the parameters of what you are hitting. We see that material is mwood target, hit fizz. Let me quickly, maybe F8. No. Oh yeah. Material is wood target, hit fizz mat is default physics material, hit actor path is BP vine spline base, etc, etc. We can see all the information that we might need for that stuff. Yeah, semicolon is a great way to view the trace information and collision information, etc, etc. And it's funny because when I was tracing, because it was tracing visibility. Here when I'm tracing just the actual collision, it will stay in here. So it won't be perfect, or it needs way more spline points when working with it. Okay. Doesn't really matter. Let's concentrate on propagation, flame propagation. So we need to add blueprint interface, which happens here. And fire. No, flame. Flame affected. Now we have it. Implement event. And that way, when our flame interacts with something, we will know the exact location. So right now we just want to print string. Or maybe not even print string. Let's print point. Draw. Debug draw. I don't know, point at the moment where flame touches the DDD vine. So this will be here, size of, I don't know, 8. Point color of something that will be easily visible, so pink. Duration 4 seconds. Now our flame, let's go into flame base. When the flame overlaps with something, I want to know. And do we have overlap already implemented? Not really. Does our sphere even has? It is actually just, this is such sphere, okay. Overlap all dynamic. So we'll be overlapping all the dynamic actors. And our vine is dynamic or not? Let's see that. Spline mesh component. It is world static. So we should also be block all dynamic. That way we become also dynamic. Yeah, so that's the way. Now, our flame base. What it should do. Where the hell is... Okay. On component begin overlap. Which made me realize that I think we might need more events. No, we don't. We will see. On component begin overlap. And whatever the other actor is, just call the on flame overlap message. It will use the interface. If the target doesn't have implemented interface, nothing will happen. And as a flame overlap location, let's get root. Let's get actor location. There's one thing that we need to clarify more when it comes to... And I called it fire related. Okay, doesn't matter. Flame affected. On flame overlap. In flame overlap location world space. This kind of naming is needed because it tells you upfront whether you are dealing with world space, local space. I've seen lots of errors in professional development being made because someone made an assumption that if space is not specified, it means world space. And it turns out, no, many different programmers and artists and designers are treating it differently. So if you are being explicit, here is world space, here is local space. The likelihood of error related to that drops down significantly. So, yeah. Let's refresh this node. Hook it up here, and there we go. Our flame, if it will touch our vine, flame overlap and 36. No, 26. We are using 26. Okay. Great. Actually, I should comment that as well. I like commenting, especially with black background, because when you're looking at the blueprint like this, you have to zoom in to be like, oh, it's spawning flames and doing something, etc. Blah, blah, blah. When you're just taking all of that stuff and go like, spawn flames, put it a little bit bigger. Then if I zoom out, I can still kind of navigate, okay, this is some wind interaction, which is actually 36. So maybe I should use 36. It is way more visible. As a font size. And yeah, I'm zoomed out. I can already kind of see like, oh, this is wind, this is water, this is flame overlap, this is spawning flames. Okay. This is flame growing. Etc, etc. So. This is just a regular tick. On flame start, etc. Yeah, that way it is way more viewable. But we will be going through blueprint review and cleaning, etc. a little bit later in this series for game design. Right now, let's get back to this, because we have our, let's refresh it, flame overlap, there's that. And how can I test my flame overlapping? I could either put the fire bubble above my spline, shoot at it, let it fall on the vine, and let's see if this thing will be called. Or I could create a debug flame that I can just move around and doesn't propagate, it doesn't do anything, it's just for moving around and see if things can be burned. For now, just to have a quick test, I will just use what I already have. But creating debug flame is something that might be super beneficial for us. Yeah. And let's move our player start here. Let's save that. And let's see if the flame interaction will actually happen. It did. The flame got detected. For some reason it didn't stay here, but it got detected. And why it didn't stay here? I know exactly why. Because I don't have correct physical material. So, vine spline base. Let's go back to the construction script. The place where we are creating our vine. We set this kind of material, but we haven't set physical material override. That's what we are about. And here there should be phys material flammable surface. Now this flame will stay on it as I want it to and propagate further. Grow, grow, grow. It will try to propagate. For some reason it stays in the air. It doesn't touch the ground. That's a bug. But do I really want this flame being like this if the whole thing's supposed to burn down and disappear? I mean, it is a flammable surface, but it's also a vine that will disappear soon. So that's a conundrum. Yeah. But the one thing that I need to add to wherever I was printing the error log, I need to add in here flames. I'm using print string log as a reminder for myself of what needs to be fixed. It is a nice neat trick. When I hook it up to the tick, it will be constantly spamming the shit in front of my face. Flames don't trace down to see where after or during propagation. Flames don't trace down to see where they actually should align to. They stay in the air. Okay. That's one thing. Do I want actually my vine to feature flammable? Or I just want it to catch flame and let the original flame die. It should die out because it is flammable only for a hot second. When the flame touches it, it starts fire propagation, but whatever it touched, it just burned down, so it shouldn't stay there too long. So yeah, actually, to hell with this. We only need the moment of flammation, because the vine isn't a flammable surface on which the flame will stay forever. That's what flammable means in the case of our game. At least I think right now. There might be a big overhaul later. Okay, so draw debug point. We know that shit works. Now, what happens is what will happen here? At this point, we had to start propagating flame towards the one end of the spline and the other end of the spline. So we kinda will create a spline-based movement, right? Where we will be moving something along the splines, but we need to know the original spline point. So what happens is, and let's test out this theory, I think there was a function where I could input the position, location, and it will give me what's the closest spline point to it. From what I remember, I think it was something like find location find input key. I think that was that. We will see if it is actually that. Let's print out another draw debug point to see if that function actually works like this. Spline get location at spline point, and let's put it in here. Of course, it will get truncated to integer. And let's give it to world space, and let's draw debug once again. But it will be of different color. Yeah, let's make it cyan. And I think we're good. I think we're good. Let's see. I actually don't see that cyan point at all. So yeah, let's turn. It might be printing in the same exact place. So let's do something like this and see if. I don't see that point. What the flying fuck? Okay. Let's break here. We'll get truncated to 0. Point index in the world space. It's at 0. It's somewhere. X is like super completely different than this. Y, it's actually quite similar. And Z is a little bit different. It should be somewhere near. I am blind or it doesn't work. So let's make it way bigger, like, I don't know, 60. And duration 10 seconds. I want to freaking see it. And let's maybe turn it into that color. Yeah, I don't need a breakpoint anymore here. Here it is. Yes, it was cut off by the mesh. Okay, so it detected it as it being here. Okay. So can I actually get location for the input key? Get direction, get distance along spline at spline input key. Yes, get location spline input key, because I want the exact location on the spline. And I will just on tick start this movement of something, right? I want to get exact location at spline input keys. So actually we won't be using this, we'll be using this. And actually this draw debug sphere. Yeah. Radius 1 meter is great, maybe even 2 meters. Segments, whatever. Color this. Duration 10 seconds. Thickness 4, whatever. I just want to see if it will be corresponding nicely. It is actually way too fucking big. I think radius should be like 30 centimeters. And let's see. Now it is way too small. Typical. Yep. It detected that this is the part that should be burning. Okay, now let's create this spline-based movement where two things will spawn and start to move into the other direction. So this is our draw debug sphere. For that, we need basically to keep a constant we need to keep two variables and update them on tick. Flame propagation towards start of the spline and towards end of the spline. Right? So we need exactly that. Propagation location towards start, towards spline start. It is a long name. Maybe instead of propagation, I should just call it flame. Flame location, or maybe even flame lock. Flame lock to spline start world space. Just so we still know which space are we in. And it's a vector as duplicated. To spline end world space. Okay. These are our two positions. We also need something to tell us if it is burning or not. B is burning. And it's of course a boolean. By default it will be false. And on flame overlap, this is turning to true, first and foremost. I don't need this, I don't need this. But now we will be setting this position to that. Flame location that will be going towards spline start in world space. And the same one for another one. And these are our starting position of spline movement, and we will be starting to moving them towards two ends. And then we will hook up the Niagara particle to that. And then we will deal with the actual deletion of the actor after all of the movement finished, all of the vine burned out. We will create some cool effect for that. Let's see. Now, here in event tick, if we are burning, this is something that we'll be doing only when burning. And or actually we'll create a new event. Custom event tick flame propagation. Let's just be super clear. If we are burning flame propagation, and we'll be using debug spheres for visualization for now. And what else? Yeah, and we need an input here. That will be float in delta seconds. And now this is what happened. Everything happens here. So debug draw sphere will be here. We also need propagation velocity, and this will be a flame. Float. The fuck am I saying? It is a float, and blah 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 blah. Yeah, so this velocity actually won't be in units per second. It will be in spline length per second, something like this. I'm not sure if it is a good measurement of velocity. We'll see. I'm kind of crazy right now. So we will take one flame location to spline. Is it actually? Actually, I might not need those as vectors. I just realized. I just need to know the input key. And only at the last possible second, I need to turn it into actual word location. Let's experiment with that. Flame spline input key. Going to spline start. This is a terrible freaking name. And that's what you'll be saving. And let's duplicate this. Spline end. And you're also going here. Okay. I feel like I might need a break in a second. My sinuses are kicking my ass. But. Is this what I want? Yeah, let's see which way it will be the best. Right now we will get our spline length per second, multiply it by our delta second. That way we know how far should we advance. Should we advance along the spline, right? And let's take our flame going towards spline start. And if we are going towards start of the spline, we should start subtracting this value. And put it as our new, and of course clamp it. Clamp it between 0 and 1. I think I'm making an error where the length of the whole spline wouldn't matter because all of the splines will burn down in the same time. I think that's how I'm doing it, but actually I'm thinking that this is something that might be interesting. Let's create this burning flame. This burning vine. Quicker. Okay, we have this, and then we should have the one when we are adding. Our distance incrementation. But instead of start, it will be going towards end. Let's get this. And then setting this here. And now let's start thick flame propagation. Let's call another event, create another event that will be called custom event thick flame propagation cosmetics. And let's have delta seconds here as well. I'm not sure if I will be using this, but let's keep it for real. Thick flame propagation cosmetics. Oh my god. I think this is the moment where we will be getting actual locations for that stuff. And yeah, is it really that simple? This is one sphere. But let's delete this. Let's start. Yeah, I think that might be it. Something is not compiling. Could not find the pin parameter to delta second. Wait, what? Ah, yeah, refresh nodes. Of course. Let's see if our... Not at all. All of it stays here. Nice flame propagation that stays in place. And I crushed the engine. Woo! And which way I crushed the engine? Typed element, registry, component element data, UObject, Unreal names on some naming convention. Close without sending. Okay. So we have our first Unreal Engine crash in 2025. We did it. We did it. Great. First stream of the year and the first crash of the year. That's good. Yes, let's open this up. I don't think I need that explosion right now, but I need my vine spline base. And I'm wondering, what kind of shit did I mess up? That it's not moving. It is 0. That's the first thing. So maybe like 0.1. So it gets delta seconds. It creates a delta of how far along spline we should be moving. And then we're taking our spline start. And those two things are set as the same as the moment. I don't really see a reason why it should crush like this, but you know. It is moving, it is propagating. That one stopped. The FPS is horrible on that shit, and I know exactly why. Because I'm debug printing, draw debugging spheres, and every tick, it might kill performance a little bit. Also, I have lots of Niagaras behind me. So now this is the moment of, first of all, maybe let's turn it into 0.1. 0.1. Let's change the propagation velocity spline 0.3 maybe. And let's go. It is propagating, yay! Very slowly. But this is how our flame will be moving. And that's the end. And if it reaches the end, actually I want to debug print another thing. Print string or debug draw. I want to no, I actually want to print string. I want to test out one thing. I want to test out one thing. Because I'm not sure if I remember correctly. Okay, I'm printing the start spline. It is 0, but I wanted to see, because I don't remember that one detail, whether the last input key is just labeled as 1 or something else. I don't remember this. So I really want to test it out. And I don't have C++ code hooked up in, so I don't remember. I cannot check it in code. No, it's not. No, it is not. Okay. So I have an error in here. Or maybe not really an error because I'm not clamping anything in here, but I want to see if I get a spline, can I get a input key, maximum input key? Get role, get location, get input key value at spline point. That's what I want. And the point index would be get points, get number of spline points, subtract 1. This is what I want to clamp because I don't want to go over the last point, really. That's the one mistake that I wanted to quickly fix, because what might happen is this other flame could go beyond vine, really. If push comes to shove. And now it's ending at 6. That's great. We can make it a little bit faster, and we could actually yeah, let's make it a little bit faster. Like, how about 1? So it will be super fast. Now we're cooking. That's great. That's what I wanted. Okay. So I know everything. All of my questions have been answered. Now we can turn this into real visualization. First of all, the question that I wanted to ask myself is, how do I want it to visualize it? Like, just one flame going forward, the other flame going the other way, and that's it? Or should it spawn additional particle every now and then that would just stay there? And all of them would stay there until the whole actor disappears, right? And I thought to myself, the cooler visualization would be if it will spawn flames along the spline, right? So let's do exactly that. Let's create the real visualization. So, first of all, we need 2 Niagara particles, and we will go to BP flame base because that has N candle fire, right? And we will just copy exactly that component. Let's put it in here. And now we have a fancy where's the auto activate button? Auto activate. Now we can see that it is here, right? We will name it flame going to start. We will duplicate it as flame going to end, right? These are the flames that will be moving around. And now let's disable auto activate on them, and we will only activate them on flame overlap. So we proved that we don't really need this. We only need to set these 2 things. On flame overlap, and we can activate this. And here, and the flame going to start. I think we can hook it up like this. Okay, so now we have activated our flames. Instead of these draw debug spheres, we will be going like set location, set world location, and we'll be going like this. No teleporting, no sweep testing, no anything. Just move those visualizations in here. I could do it as an additional child actor with its own. I could just use the flame base as a child actor, maybe click on a couple of variables there to create the everlasting flame out of it and just move it along, etc. But I don't like the idea of actor where its whole state, child actor, where its whole state and everything is being managed by the actor that is the owner of this child actor. In general, I don't like child actor workflow, apart from what they showed in Lyra, where you can have a character and its base skeletal mesh that is doing all the things, right? And then you have a child actor that contains the actual skeletal mesh that you are using, the skin of the guy, right, of your character, and it just copies the reference pose from the parent, and that's it. That's the type of child actor that I like. Using too many child actors is bad for your health, and I can link you the exact presentation from Epic where they are talking about this. It was from Unreal Engine Fest Seattle 2024 about myth busting, and when they are discussing the myth of whether the child actor is something that you shouldn't use, and the answer kind of was, yeah, if you are having one child actor that is just there for visualization and it doesn't do that much, yeah, it's cool. But if you are using child actors kinda as if you were using prefabs in Unity, you're going to have a bad time. And let me quickly find this. Yes, it is here. And here. And share. Yep. Okay, it should show up on stream. So for the VOD purposes, you should be able to click through those. And yeah, it's working out. Okay. Yeah. So I can turn off this, I can turn off this. Let's just propagate the move those Niagaras around. It should be working out. Let's maybe clean up just a tad bit. Yep. And I will be commenting it in a second. Let's see. Actually, I can just new port editor. And yeah, the flame is moving. But for some reason, it's probably stuck in there. So I need to scale it up. Let's make it 2 times bigger. Let's make it 2 times bigger. Yep, and now we see this flame propagating, moving along the dried out vine. Now, for the leaving the trail of flames behind, like maybe smaller flames, we should be doing it as spawning it we should define what the distance between those flame trails should be, really. So let's call it flame trail spawn distance. And it will be actually, you know, measured on input key. In spline key unit. So I would know what exactly I'm not using the actual distance on the spline, right? I like working with normalized values. So frame trail spawn distance. And we need to also remember what was the last flame trail input key spline input key, last flame trail spline input key position, right? So it should spawn 1. Ah, but I have 2. Yeah, I have 2 of those. Huh. So I need a pair for these. I could either double the amount of variables, or I could create a custom struct while I will be keeping this. I feel like I need a break in a second, so let me just quickly do this and then a break. So that will be flame trail to start, flame trail to start, and let's duplicate it. Yeah, in C++ code, I would probably create a struct out of it and just use it in that way. Here, I'm just prototyping, so I just want to do it as quick as possible. Without shooting myself in the foot, obviously. So, flame trade to spawn distance. Let's get this last frame trail. Let's have a first spawn, right? That should be happening like here when the flame actually touches, overlaps, right? So we'll be spawn Niagara spawn system attached. I don't remember if this location is world location or world space or local space, but whatever. Attached to component this, of course. let's take this little thingy, get location at spline input key. And at this moment, these are exactly the same, right? So I can take whatever. I can take Flame spline, blah 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 blah. I can take Flame spline input key going to start and set these and set this here, and the same for that. I can just use the exact same value because for that moment it is, and spawn only one Niagara. And actually I want to use the exact same candle fire, so we will be using this, and yeah, we'll be using this pulling method, auto release, auto destroy, location type, world position. Actually, yes, this is world position, and here what will be the logic for that will be whether the distance between last frame trail to start spline input key position is yeah, let's create a function for that actually. Should spawn flame trail, and it will take two inputs. One, float, last flame spawn position in input key, and another one current flame spawn position in input key. And if current subtracted by last flame, and I could just maybe reorder those two so it would make more sense. If that one is bigger than flame trail to start, no, that's not the one. Did I even created the variable for that? I think I fucked up something on the variable front. Flame trail to start spawn distance. Yes, that's the one I needed. But why is it? It's going to have the exact same. I think I only need one. Flame trail spawn distance and spline key unit. And I don't need this one, I think. And only last positions, and to see if current flame position is different than, is longer than this distance. So if this is bigger, greater or equal this distance, I'm B should spawn, returning of course whether we should spawn. It is a quick function because I don't want to duplicate too many nodes in here. So Darely Mixon says, hi. Hi, how are you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? What's up, what's up? So now I can just get this, but I want this to actually be a pure function. Not execution function, thank you. And yeah, here's my last flame. And I want to use my current, which is yeah, I'm using this. And if it is the moment to spawn a new one, Darely Mixon asks, first he says, great, he's doing great. And then asks, I want to ask you something. Could you explain the keyword this in a simple way? Keyword this in a C++ context? Or Blueprint context? Or, I mean, in both contexts, it's kind of the same. So maybe let's quickly use the paint. Yes, C++. Okay, so let's clear all that up. Great, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so let's say you have an object name. Because I'm working with flames right now, let's call it flame, right? This is your whole class. It has a function of, I don't know, move, right? It has a function called move. It is a void. And what it is doing inside of it is taking, for example, this and add velocity, for example, right? Now, what this means, really, it means that if you have a class flame and you actually create an instance of this object called on the level, for example, or just in your code, and it will receive some other name, like for example flame1. It will be an instance of this class, right? It will be some actual flame within the world, and then this refers to this actual instance within the world. So it means that every other instance, flame2, etc., etc., all of them, the keyword this points to the actual instance of your class flame. And when you're coding in C++, if you actually omit this and you will just type out at velocity, this keyword will be implied because you are not calling this function on any other object specifically by using pointer or reference. It would imply that you are meaning, I'm adding velocity to myself, to my own instance of a class flame in the function move. So this refers to an object of a class flame that currently is processing commands in function move. And this oftentimes is being omitted because compiler deduces that if this and pointer is not there, it means that add velocity will be called on this specific instance of the object flame. Did I help you with that, or should I explain it in a different way? To put it even into more short-haired version, this is just a pointer to the current instance of your class, instance of the object of your class. and then you can access other functions and methods and variables with it. I hope I made it just a little bit clearer. If not, and I messed up this explanation, please tell me. I will gladly try to think of other way how to explain the keyword this. Darley Mixon says, so it points to the instance of a class inside of the class. Yes, exactly that. If you want to use a function of flame on itself, that's how you use it. But as I said, I rarely see the word this used in current modern C++ code bases because it is kind of implied. If you are using function without the word this, the pointer to your own instance of your own class is implied. Stormrun Gaming, hey, how are you doing? How is the Sunday treating you? How are you going along with your landscapes? Deli Mixon asks why. Mostly because that one. If you're inside of the class, why point to the child of the class? Why not the parent? Oh, okay. I think I maybe messed up some of my explanation. If that question popped up, let me maybe quickly open up the notepad. Yeah, git ignore. Why this is being implied? Because let's say, as I said, we have a class flame. It has a function add velocity that does something, right? And then we have, as I said, our void. This is also, of course, void. And then we have move, right? That oh my god, coding in Notepad calls this add velocity. Usually people don't write it this way. They're just using add velocity because it is kind of redundant. Let's say we would have another pointer towards some other actor. Let's call it like, I don't know, some other actor pointer called other actor, right? And let's say it is a valid pointer, right? If we could also call velocity on this, add velocity. This way we can kind of see the differentiation between calling add velocity on some other actor that we have pointed to and the actual instance of a flame class that we are trying to call velocity on. But the same kind of distinction you can deduce when there is no this keyword. Because then you can actually read the code and see, everything that actually has a pointer, and I'm using a pointer to call the function, means that I'm actually calling this function from any other actor. If I don't have a physically stated pointer, it means that I'm operating on my own instance. It is kind of confusing. I can get why it is confusing, because then it begets the question, why this as a keyword even exists, right? If everyone omits it. If this is so confusing, why it exists? I think these are historical reasons from the old C++. Nowadays, I don't really see anyone using this keyword at all. The rule of thumb is, if you see a pointer and a call to function, it means we are operating on this exact object. If there is no pointer to any object, it means we are operating on the instance object of our class. If you want to call a specific, for example, in Unreal, a specific function, but from a parent perspective, you can just call super and they're called move, right? That's the way how you can make sure that you're calling the function of a parent if this inherited from public, I don't know, Spark or whatever, right? So this keyword would actually tell you that, yeah, we are calling at velocity version from a flame. And let's do another thing. This would tell you that we are, within Unreal, of course, we are calling the version from a parent. This is our version, and this is some version of other actor that we have a pointer to. And if we just delete this, it kind of becomes more clear, because if anything precedes at velocity, it might mean completely different object than, and different implementation than we have. Stormrun Gaming says, ha, that's amazing. I even forgot I was working with landscapes, but they went very well. I'm glad to hear that. I am very glad to hear that. So what are you working on right now, Stormrun Gaming? What are you trying out? Darlene Mixon says, I understand it. Last question, sorry to bother you. Not a problem, not a problem. That's what I'm here for. Could you just explain reference? Yes, I'll try my best. Let's quickly... Actually, we can use that kind of thing. That flame class. Okay. So, let's say we created... what would be the best way? Okay. To explain that. Could I zoom in, please? Of course. Let me see. Can I make it bigger? Yes, I can. Of course, my friend. Okay. Is that zoomed in enough? So when we are creating an object, for example, let's say it will be flame, big flame, new flame, right? It would create the object in memory and give us the pointer to it, and that's how we are accessing it. Always through the pointer, right? So we are not really dealing with the flame objects on its own. We are always going through the pointer, which means, for example, in Unreal Engine, at some point, garbage collector or whatever other part of code could call delete on our big flame, right? Make it obsolete, destroy it from memory. Then our big flame is just actually a null pointer, right? It becomes a null pointer, and when we are using it, we are accessing some bad memory and the crash, right? But if we actually dereference a pointer, and we will get the flame, big flame in that way, and we will access it through like some function get big flame reference, for example, we are actually not going through the pointer, we are actually accessing the memory where the object big flame lives. And that way we don't have to check for any null pointer or anything like this. This function will tell us, will give us exact object, and we can operate on it without any pointers. So we will make sure that we are operating on an object that is alive. Oftentimes, when you are creating an architecture for your systems, it is oftentimes, how to say it, preferred when in the interface you are giving references towards to other programmers, right? So when they are getting your object, they are getting it through reference, because that way you are giving them basically, you are writing a contract between each other saying this object will be alive. When you are able to call that function and you will get a reference, this object will be alive and well, and you don't need to worry about that. It lives in a memory. If you are giving actually an interface, the pointer version, pointer to your object, you are saying to the other programmers, ooh, I don't know if it will be alive. You always should check for null pointers, because something might delete this object. I cannot guarantee to you, other programmer, that this object will be alive. So when you are getting it and making operations, and for example, maybe even saving this pointer as a variable, you should always check if it is alive, because it has been dynamically created, right? While when you are giving a reference, you are giving a nod to the programmer, hey, it should be alive. And if for some reason you are getting the reference and the object is not there, it shouldn't even compile this kind of logic. It should tell you, well, you are trying to create a reference to something that could be that, right? So I hope I explained it in any way that could be understood. But yeah, reference basically gives you the access to the actual object within the memory without going through the pointer and checking if it exists. When you are getting the reference, it should be to live object. If the memory is messed up, you probably have way bigger problems, because then you shouldn't be able to get a reference towards something. Okay. What else? What else? I hope I explained it in some way or fashion that could be understandable. If not, please tell me. I will try to, you know, be a little bit more clearer, or maybe I messed up some explanation. Darley Mixon says thank you. Oh. So I hope I helped you along with that. Stormrun Gaming says, I've been making Atlantis in Unreal. Oh! I took the real world height data from the rigid structure and I'm making it into a game. That's a good idea, to use the real world height data. That's a great idea. And, you know, good luck with your Atlantis in Unreal. I hope it will go well. If you have, you know, something that you are able to show, please give a link here. Or I'm not sure if YouTube isn't cutting out the links. Shit. If you have it on your channel, I'll be sure to check it out. Stormrun Gaming says, if you add water back to the rigid structure, which is in the middle of a desert, not only does it look exactly like Atlantis, but also the Egyptian Eye of Ra. Holy shit. That's actually kind of mind-bending. That when you add, whoa, middle of the desert, you add water to it, back again as it used to be, right? It actually looks like Atlantis and Egyptian Eye of Ra. It makes you think. It is inspiring. You could create wonderful lore and yeah, you could create wonderful lore for your game that way. And a world that is inspiring exploration. Kudos to you, Stormrun Gaming. Kudos to you. Meanwhile, I'm burning some dried vine and battling my sinus infection. Which reminds me, I need to take a small breather, get some water, etc. So I'll be back in a hot second. See you in like 2 or 3 minutes. So I'll be back. 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm back again. My snack is preparing an instant ramen. I have some beverage. I'm ready to go. My sinus infection is kicking my butt, but you know, it is manageable. So let's get back to burning vines. I wonder what kind of games y'all played, if you were able to play, of course, over the period between like Christmas and the New Year's, etc. I played a couple. Like always, Tears of the Kingdom, did a couple of quests here and there and played around. I started Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Stalker 2, played a couple of matches of League of Legends, which my colleagues convinced me to start playing, couple of matches in Marvel Live House with one friend, and I started World of Warcraft with other friend. And I've been thinking, I started 5 or 6 games, 3 of them are multiplayer games, and I don't have that much time to play. Wonder, you know, how I will be able to get with it. When will my friends get angry at me that I'm not able to play that much? Okay, so now, should spawn flame trail. Stormrun Gaming says, you said you were sick. Same here, just a head thing on my left side. So I'm literally half sick. Right side feels fine. Oh, you're half sick. I'm in my sinuses fully sick. Like all of my sinuses are full of shit, basically. And I just cannot fix that for some reason. I think once the weather will be better where I live, it will go away, as it always goes away. I'm sad to hear that, you know, you also are sick. The sickness is going around right now for almost everyone. So many people in my family and friends are sick right now. Such a season. Baraba says, they will get angry. Ha, I knew how to bait you out to commenting. Please don't be that angry. I really want to play more Marvel Live. This name is the end of me for Polish person that tries to speak English. Marvel Rivals. Holy shit. Yeah. Just kidding. Great that you have a lot of stuff to do. Barabar says, son of a... Yeah, I baited you into commenting. I was playing Marvel Rivals with Barabbas. Yeah, the thing is, on the one hand, having a full-time job is awesome. On the other hand, you are working all the time. But you are getting money, but you are working all the time. It's a conundrum of being an adult. You have money to do stuff, friends, hopefully, to do stuff with, or you can try to get more friends, right? Or whatever. But because you are working, man, and if, I don't know, if you have family responsibilities or others, trying to find time for gaming is hard. How are you guys doing with that kind of aspect of life? Like balancing all of everything together. Should spawn flame trail, yes, and that's where we will be spawning our system attached. The same way as here. Actually, it's all of the same way. And because we are spawning it in while going towards start, using starts, then we are copying the exact same way. Maybe let's put it like a little bit above for a better viewing experience. And then let's use reroutes, blum blum, and literally copy that. but using different data, of course. Because here we'll be going towards the end of the stick. And we are using last. And also additional thing that I forgot to do here is I need to set this variable. I need to remember when I spawned this shit. Okay. Now we are going towards end. We are using that value, spawning this attachment, and once again last flame to end. And this will be using, oh, it was supposed to be the setter, not getter. And what? If it is attached, it should be auto-destroyed when I will be destroying the whole actor. So I think we'll go golden with that. Those Niagaras. Although I want to do like the whole stream connected to Niagara, but not tech art stuff, because I'm not a tech artist, or maybe not yet doing tech art stuff, but more like optimizations, couple of gameplay usages, etc, etc. That would be a cool thing, like list down a couple of tricks and try to implement them. Like for example, Niagara data channel that I learned like 2 weeks ago at work about, and I'm dying to, you know, try it out and stuff. Okay, here's the end, and once it will reach that, flame propagation cosmetics. Yeah, I think the logic is quite fine. The only thing is flame trail spawn distance. I need to do it like every, I don't know, 1 key. It is spawning those smaller flames, although they are getting lost in the mesh, so I should also set scale on them. I cannot put scale in here. So probably I need to do it manually, right? Like Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. Set world scale 3D. I don't know, 2, 2, 2. How about that? Let's just copy it. And let's see if it will work out. It actually does. Yep. That one is small for some reason. But the rest of them, yeah. The vine is burning. And actually, I might want this to be a little bit even. I want more flames. Who wants less flames? Now we're talking. Now we burned this. Okay, so for the next point of logic, what I wanted to do. Yes, I wanted to detect if the whole bush is burning. Barabar said, and I need to take a drink to this, I've just noticed that the sound of charging your bow sounds a little like unzipping pants. Let's see if that's true. You must have some techno gadgeted pants if they are making this sounds when you are zipping them. But I think you might mean just the beginning sound. Which, yeah, kinda sounds like that. But I don't know why sometimes the shot is not happening. That's weird. The collision on that shit. Yeah. The flame is propagating. Barabar says, okay, only the beginning of this sound. When it's longer, then it actually sounds better. Yeah, I mean, those are placeholder sound, and I think I created this one in meta sounds from what I remember. Just on like, I don't know, 15 minutes or something. So, once we will get through... Actually, when the whole level and like the idea of a game will be playable and it will be fun with placeholders, it's the only moment where I'll start to think about replacing placeholders with something that resembles of an art style. And I noticed, Barabash, you put bow in quotes. What do you don't like in my bow? I think it's a perfectly looking bow. Or maybe this could be used for another arrow. An arrow in quote marks once again. What do you don't like about my arrow? It is a real arrow. The hell you're talking about? Okay, let's burn some bushes. A really futuristic bow. What the hell are you talking about? I think, you know, when our country, Poland, was started, that's kind of the bow that they were using, were they not? That's what Great Lechia was all about. From what I heard. And they were riding dinosaurs and shooting lasers. Basically, a Slavic version of Turok. Which would be a cool game, actually. Barabar says, okay, I'll be more straight. By arrow, I meant penis. You could unzip your pants to charge the arrow. Happy now? Yes, now I'm happy. Now I understand that metaphor. Yes, I'm gonna drink to this. But I am happy. Okay. What I wanted to do right now? Ah, yes, the logic of the flame propagation. Because I don't want to just spawn like pretty ugly placeholder flames on my vine. I want to do first of all, it should burn down and disappear. Second of all, while the flame is traveling, I want it to be able to overlap anything else that can also have a flame interaction and burn this. Because I think that way we could create some cool things for the level. Maybe we'll create a vine arrow that actually creates vines and then we could burn them or whatever. This seems exciting. Okay, so what I wanted to do right now... Yes, the burning. I want to detect when my movement is finished. So, tick flame propagation. If my flame spline input key blah blah blah, basically my flame position on spline nearly equal 0, then I want... And how are you doing, Barabbas? What time did you wake up today? Or actually, should I say that one, but also when we reach the end of the spline, which is this, and I need to put it like differently so it is more manageable. This is the end of the spline. Thank you. Now, boolean end. I think Barabbas left. Barabbas says, pretty good, gracias. I'm training right now and you are the best motivation. I woke up pretty early because my pets wanted to eat. Ah, yeah. And thank you for your kind words. Best motivation. I mean, wait. Are you meaning that you're looking at me and you're saying, I don't want to look like this guy. Let me motivate and train. Am I, motivating you in that way? As an anti-picture? Like, oh shit, I don't want to end up like this guy. Fuck that, I'm training. Barabbas, me leaving? Outrageous. Okay, if they are both finished, then B, propagation finished. And let's turn it into boolean and set it as true. Tick flame propagation, and we will add another custom event, and we will call it tick burn down. And the same way I require no integer, god damn it, float in delta seconds. I never know when I might need it. And tick burn down, I wanna call tick burn down. Tick burn down. And what I will be checking for is if the propagation finished, first of all. If it did finish, then we are set, oh my god, set lifespan. Let's try it out for something short, if it will even work out. What the hell? Barabbas says, I'm looking at you and think, fucking coding nerd, I need to get ripped to beat him up in Marvel Rivals. Okay. Okay. So you want to beat me up in Marvel Rivals. God damn this name. So I'm glad I'm motivating you. In that way. I should rename this channel to fucking coding nerd. As you put it. That would be funny. Okay, let's see. Right now it will die, but I want to add some more visualization to it to make it look cool. And I don't think it works. And I want to see why I should be triggering this, so that I should be triggering at some point. This should be triggered. Let's see if it ever gets triggered. it is. And it is actually a couple of times. So I should add another branch. And if propagation is... equals false, that's where you should set it. Only then you should set it. Other than that, don't even do those checks. And then propagation finish should be true. And why then doesn't this happen? I don't get it. I should do once probably. Actually, yeah, I could have just do it with do once. Instead of doing that. I'm forgetting sometimes that those blueprint notes do exist. I rarely use them. Barabar says, but actually you motivate me to get back to my project in Unreal Engine. But I don't want to do this during your stream, and after it, motivation quickly fades. Oh no! I mean, dude, I think you could. Do you have like a double monitor setup or something? Because I know for a fact that one friend won't work. That's kind of how he views these type of streams. That, you know, he puts the stream on another monitor and works on the main one. So, you know, you could do it during the stream. And if you will, you know, have some trouble, you could always ask in the chat, like, hey, I have this weird thing going on. What the fuck is up? Could you help me? And then maybe I could help you, you know, so. So there's that. And yes, we have set lifespan actor. And it disappeared, but funnily enough, all the flames stopped there. And it's weird because I thought that when I said that they are supposed to be attached, that they will be deleted along with the whole freaking actor. But they aren't, so I need to mitigate that. I need to create promote to variable. Let's do a cheat code. First of all, let's turn it into an array. Second of all, spawned flame trail. Yeah, got us. I will be implementing optimization when I will be using Niagara data channels instead of spawning all of the Niagaras along the way, but I don't know how to do it yet, so I will do it after the stream connected to Niagara. And now I have to get this, append, no, not append, fuck, add, go like this, and then go like this. And the same should happen here. And one other place where I'm spawning the first one, the first flame. And I should implement end play if it's not implemented already. No. And play, event end play, yes. And for each loop, deactivate, and then destroy component. Destroy, just destroy component. that way it should work. Baraba says, but I'm such a noob that I usually follow YouTube tutorial to create some new thing in Unreal Engine. So it will be hard to follow your stream, but it's better to try this than never work on the project. Ah, okay, so one source of talking, me, and then the other YouTube tutorial. Yeah, that might be a problem. You could always try the automatic subtitles, although I know that they do kind of mess up when it comes to like tutorials. That's the one thing I wish, you know, those automatic subtitles would do better to work on tutorials, because sometimes I don't want to listen to something. I just want to quickly scour to the whole tutorial to find one fragment of it and just look at what guy's saying as a transcription. Because I'm at work and, for example, I might be at the call with someone, some music in the background, right? Barabar says, actually, I often do this. So you probably also see how funny some of the errors are. I'll be back in a second. Let me just grab my instant ramen. Now that's how you know that I'm a real game developer and a real programmer. I forgot, or maybe I didn't forget to wash the dishes, but my dishwasher sometimes doesn't work well, and I have to turn it on the second time, and I forgot, so I will be eating instant ramen with the little teaspoon, like a student. But that's what happens when you have nothing else to eat it with. It's better than a knife. And that's how you know I'm a real deal. That is so stupid. Okay, let's click play. Let's test it out. When the propagation is finished, will Niagara stay in place? No. But they are dying out a little bit earlier. A little bit later than the whole actor. So I'm not a big fan of that. Too hot. Well, actually, I will be deactivating all of the Flame Trail Niagaras in a different moment, because the way I want to make it work is that after the whole propagation finished, I want this first to constantly turn more and more bright red, and then poof, just make it completely black as it burned out and then disappeared. So we will do a couple of additional things here to quickly do that, but let's create the function kill flame trail Niagaras. Let's just copy paste that and we will have it done. Yeah, those captions have some silly words sometimes, but thankfully it's possible to figure them out from context. Yeah, sometimes it is possible, but I remember seeing some C++, I think it was debate, and I wanted to have it, you know, as something to quickly look at. And oh boy, I could not DDoS what they were talking about at all. Because they constantly kept using similar words, and the automatic caption completely was destroying all of the context, so I had no idea what they were talking about. Okay. So now, turning this stuff more bright red. Tick burn down. This is not what will happen here. First of all, if we finish propagation, I want to also have another event on propagation finished. custom event on propagation finished, because I want to spawn couple of things and do couple of things. And actually I can then move this from here to here, and then I can change the material of our mesh. Let's get back to add spline mesh component, and we're setting material here. Let's get to it. Wood target. Let's create actually let's duplicate this wood target. Okay, now show references. How many things are using that? Wood target is a material instance. I just named it stupidly. Of course, so it should be mi wood target. Actually, I could implement it here. Yeah, let's see. Convert to parameter, burn factor. And parameter burn color and let it be completely red. And of course, because we are dealing with emissive, then inverse adaptation inverse. So we'll be doing this, and also an emissive factor. Let's add, of course, emissive multiplier, and let's set it to 100. So multiplications, burn factor as a parameter that I will be steering it with. Then multiply this, then multiply these. Oh, my throat is getting messed up from the sinus infection. God damn it. Barabash, have you been playing anything lately apart from Marvel Rivals, or are you climbing up the ranks? Okay, now burn factor. Let's start changing the value. Actually, I want this to be clamped. Clamp between 1 and 0, yes. It's not really working out. Barabbas says, trying one game after another, but nothing is sticking for too long. I've returned to Red Dead Online and played it for a few days and uninstalled it. Now I'm trying to get back to Kingdom Come Deliverance. Start a new game, played for maybe an hour and not opened it since that time. I get you, trying out new games, etc. Not sticking. Most of the games not sticking the landing. Are you trying to get back to Kingdom Come Deliverance in anticipation for the sequel, or just because? But I've spent another hour for getting mods for that. Oh yeah, that's the way. What I played, I think I played some RPG, but I forgot which one is it, where I was creating a character for like an hour and a half, and then I played only 15 minutes of this game. I don't remember. And what kind of mods did you get? I think I need to create the new material actually. Oh. It is actually burning red. Okay, so it's just this view that is fucked up. Okay, okay, okay. So burn factor is 0. And emissive value is 100. And let's keep it at that. And now, why I don't have anything here? Oh, I have. I have no idea what the hell happened. Yeah, boy. But I don't understand this disappearing act, but whatever. I probably messed up something. Barabar says, maybe you Dragon Age? Nah, I haven't even bought it. No, I don't. It wasn't this year or at the end of last year, but it might have been some MMO or something. I don't remember. But no, not New Dragon Age. I haven't played it. I'm willing to, but I'm waiting for a deep sale. Like the same with Cyberpunk and a couple of other games. Barabar says, answers the question about mods for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Just some quality of life mods like being cleaner in the game for longer time, removing compass, or getting some extra perks in the game. New perks, not extra ones. Okay, okay. So tailoring the experience of a game for yourself. That's good. I like that in the game, cleanliness means something. Especially if it is a medieval game, right? That makes sense. Okay. So, now to get back to implementing my vine. On propagation finished. I need to create a dynamic parameter for... Oh, I'm not sure if I will be able to do this, but let's try. Actually, create dynamic material instance. And I think the same way as with Niagara, I have to create I have to create the array of these things. Okay, I don't want this to fuck up. And then go through each and every one of them. Yeah. And now we're golden. Now here, After propagation is finished, I can actually start ticking burn down, and just for the prototype we will use the timeline component. For brevity's sake. Baraba says, yeah, in KC deliverance, if you're dirty then you stink and enemies can detect you through smell. That's such a fucking awesome mechanic. It is awesome. Can you become an assassin in KCD? Because I've been thinking that assassins in these games probably have to be the cleanest motherfuckers out there. And right now I'm thinking about medieval hitmen. So what Assassin's Creed 1 was trying to be, kinda. That's something to ponder. Anyway, timeline component. Add timeline. Yeah, thank you. And we will just be having just a simple flow track that will last for like, I don't know, 2 seconds. And it will go from, of course, 0 to 1. I just want to quickly prototype this stuff. Actually, I might not need this event right now. I might only need this. And then get through all my... Whoa, this will be so unoptimal. If this gets into the game, I will have to optimize the fuck out of it in C++. But whatever. And let's call this track Burn Down. Right? And what I want to happen is, let's get back to event graph. Set float, set scalar parameter value. And the name of it is, I gave it, what kind of name I gave it? I already forgot. Burn down, burn factory. Burn factor. Can I talk? Can I speak? I don't think so. And let's see if it will in 2 seconds become bright hot red. Yes, it did. Although I don't like this curve, I think it should take a little bit longer, like maybe 4 seconds. And I want this to be a little bit more on this non-linear. Oh my god, that's what I wanted. And boom, that's where it should become black and turn off all the Niagaras. And then die. Baraber says, answers my question regarding being an assassin in KCD. I think you can, but it's probably very hard in this game. We'll let you know once I play a little bit more. Oh, please do. Please report back. Please do. Sorry for that. I had to blow my nose because sinus infection. Blah, 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 blah. I wonder how KCD Kingdom Come 2 will sell. I think it's getting a little bit more hype. Okay, that's something that I wanted. And now, no. When this is being finished, I want to completely change the color of this. Turn the emissive burn factor to 0. And then change the target color to something else. To black. So let's do exactly that. Another for each loop. Another set scala parameter value. But this time set it all to 0. And then set parameter. Set vector parameter. I think it's a vector, right? Because it's a color. Set boolean, set object, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think it is a color. I forgot how you could. And in my case, it is simple. The name is target color. And it will be all black. It's exactly all black. So, and also after you finish that, kill flame trail Niagaras. And set lifespan, I don't know, maybe 2 seconds. But Abba says about KCD2, I think it will be a success, probably bigger than the first part. Yeah. The first part was a part of Game Pass at some point, I remember. Lots of discounts, good word of mouth, modding community. They are doing some marketing stunts right now. I would be surprised if it didn't sell. Although I still think the biggest surprise out of the last year was that one AAA game didn't suck. It was Indiana Jones. That is the biggest surprise. I haven't played it yet, but seeing word of mouth from my friends and people that I follow on YouTube, it is the biggest surprise. People were thinking, oh no, another AAA game. Oh no, Indiana game from the first person. What the hell is this? And then it turned out, no, it does not suck. Yeah, but I think KCD2 will be great. I've been playing Stalker 2 a little bit, but on the Xbox. So for me, aiming on the Xbox when there is no aim assist similar to Halo or Gears of War, man, this game is so hard on Xbox, even on the easiest difficulty. Someone shoots me from afar and I see only just one pixel that shoots at me, and trying to aim at that pixel with gamepad, I suck at it so much. I need to play it on PC actually. That will improve the experience for sure. Yeah, let's see if my visualization logic will work for burning down this kind of vine. And then we will go on to one vine giving flame to another vine, and we will be golden. Yeah, actually. Actually, it is quite alright. I can also deactivate these two. I could deactivate these two. And I was... Let's flame base. I think there was something... Water interaction. Yes, I was spawning this system at water interaction. But let me think. Yeah, it will be a cool idea. So let's spawn the same flame dosing steam on that we used for water dosing flames out for absolute burn down of a vine. And before you go through kill flame trail Niagaras, let's do another for each loop. Yeah, for each loops. And let's put Niagara particle systems there because that gives me positions to spawn new. Of course, it is super unoptimal, so don't do this at home, people. Completely don't do this at home. It is a fucked up situation. Barabar says about me sucking at Stalker on Xbox. Or instead of playing it on PC, just get good. Yeah, how about no? Okay, let's spawn system at location for each one of those. Get location. Get world location. I don't know what scale do I need, but I know that it will die quickly. And after it is completed, do this. And let's see how it will work. It's burning down, it's burning even more, and it burned down. Although I need to scale way the fuck up. 0.3 probably. It is epic, but it's too big. And yeah. Yeah. And what I wanted... Yeah, there's also one Niagara effect that I could do for better cosmetic feedback for the player. But I'm not sure how to do it yet, and I don't want to waste the rest of the stream for that, which is sample all of these spline meshes and create particles all around these meshes and black particles and treat them as ash and make them fly away with the wind. That would be awesome, or just fall down on the ground or whatever, right? But that's for another stream, because right now I really want to do one other thing. First of all, I want to comment all of this shit, main tick. And I also want to do another thing, which I will talk about in a second. First of all, main tick and 36. How about tick? Start with tick enabled. I should begin play and tick set tick actor enabled as false. We don't want to start with ticking. We only want to start with ticking once the overlap happens. After all of this happens and we spawned all the shit, that's where I want to set tick enabled to true. Because when those vines are just laying on the level, I don't want them to tick. I only want them to tick when actually they've been touched by flame overlap. And 36 quickly. So I would be able to find this stuff easier. Flame propagation cosmetics. This is unused right now. At least for now. We'll see how it will be in the future. And play I don't use actually anymore. And this is on propagation finished. On propagation finished. 36. Yeah, boy. Now, when I will get back to it at some point, I will have a way easier time understanding what the fuck I did. I don't need this. Begin play. That's how I like my blueprint nodes. Okay, so now here's a kicker. I'm going to add two collisions that will be disabled at the beginning. But they will be propagating along with the whole flame. And if this collision touches another vine or whatever that can catch flame, it will catch that flame. That's the idea. So when I will create lots of vines that are intersecting, etc., I just need to burn one and the rest of it will follow. That's the idea for it. All right, so let's add sphere collision. Sphere collision towards start. It is that, and it will have a no collision at the beginning. No collision whatsoever. It will be moving, but no collision. And let's change the visibility of this. Line thickness 1. Because I want to see it. Hidden in game. Not true. And visibility is true. Okay. And sphere radius, let's give it like 64 or something like this. And maybe line thickness 3. How about that? And the same one for the one flame going to the end. Let me get something sweet. I'll be back in a sec. I'm back and I got something sweet to eat. So tasteful. So tasty. Okay, so now when I'm taking flame propagation, I also, this is the moment, no, actually no, this is not a moment where I should. I will add another custom event. Why not? But it will be thick flame collision propagation. And yeah, let's add in delta seconds. I don't know why I might be needing it, but let's keep it just so I could have it. Now, main tick. How about we do it like this and tick flame collision propagation. Let's do that. And then. Okay. Now, here. We kind of like with the flame propagation cosmetics, we'll be taking this one. The flame that goes towards the start of a spline. But we'll be moving this collision there. And then the one flame that goes to the end of the spline. Flame collision towards the end. And we're set. The collision will be moving along the spline. And flame overlap. That's also when we will actually turn on these collisions. Set collision enabled. Query in physics. Yeah. Let's turn all of that shit on for both. And wait a sec. Block all dynamic. Yes. On begin play, I will manually turn that stuff to no collision. And also another thing. I need to move those collisions to the same place. So set world location in here. Targets will be these. Can I do it like this? Yes, I can. And once again, let's call that bank. It should be working out. Let's see. Yep, the collision is moving around. It is a little bit too small, in my opinion. So I don't know, maybe like 80. Sphere radius of 80. Let's see that. It seems better. Although it should be even bigger. I think it should be even bigger. How about 120? Now it has a chance to touch on something. That's good. Now, on component begin overlap. And the same here. On component begin overlap. And if you touch another actor, on flame overlap. And it will be get world location. And the same shit here. But this time the collision that goes towards the end. And if we're lucky, and also another thing. Yeah, it should be auto-managed. I don't need to put in like a branch here that would say if it is burning, only then propagate. Only then allow this traveling flame to propagate. Towards others. Because the collision will be turned on only if it is burning, so it's alright. And to see if it is true, we just need to go spawn another spline. That will be going through here. I think, oh, whoa. I completely messed it up. Because I want this to be here. I want this to be here, and I want this to be able to touch the collision in here. So, collision should be able to touch this, and this whole thing should also burn down. I think. Now we have those two vines. We will only shoot. Bam. Nope, it didn't work out. No. Why? Does it never flame overlap with anything? It sucks. Okay, and now it should overlap, and it doesn't. For some reason, my spheres are not overlapping with the vine itself, and I don't know why. Because I set it to block all dynamic, not overlap all dynamic. That's stupid. And we are sweeping. Yes, now it should work. Yeah, it's firstly colliding with the... And nothing is happening. Why? I have overlap all dynamic. So world dynamic should be overlapped with. And my spline mesh component is of world dynamic type. What is going on in here? It is also of world dynamic. It's only querying, so no physics collision, that's okay. It's something turning off my... What is the other actor? Yeah, flame base, but I don't care about the flame base. And it instantly overlaps with itself? And then with fire bubble, that makes sense actually. And then once again with the flying. And then it stopped. For some... The collision stopped. What the hell is going on? I think I'm gonna stop something with the collisions. The whole point of this vine now doesn't work. God damn it. I could, instead of just using those collisions, just be constantly doing sphere traces along the line and constantly ignore very specific actors or something. Yeah, but the way this vine is set up, what I see is that it always should block everything that is dynamic. It blocks everything basically, right? Block all, and it is dynamic. So it will block our collision from moving forward. God damn it. I need to do sphere traces. This won't work like this. Yeah, okay. So I could just, instead of having those two sphere collisions, I will keep them for a second. I can, and just changing set word locations, I could just do sphere trace by channel? No. Sphere trace by profile. Overlap all dynamic. This is the profile that I want to use. And instead of doing those set world locations, I just need to do sphere traces between current spline point and previous spline point and move along that way. So like radius should be like, I don't know, 120 as I said. The start is here, and we'll be tracing backwards constantly. And last flame. That one I don't need. I need this. And let's do this. This is the endpoint. Radius, I have it. Draw debug for duration. Yeah, we can do this. And this will work out. And the same exact tracing, but here with different variables, of course. But this time it's going to be to the end. And this one. And it should be okay. These two I can actually delete. Let's see first of all if our tracing works out. Yeah, I don't have those splines, those collisions anymore. Yeah, also that one. Let's click play. Yeah, it is tracing. And it found a hit there. Great. So another thing that I need to add to interface right now to optimize a little bit the callouts, because when I will be tracing, I will be hitting the vine a couple of times, and I want to start flame only once, right? So to make sure that B is burning, where is this? Yeah. All of this is happening only if this is false. Otherwise, we are ignoring that message all the way. Yeah. So, with that, I did multi-sphere. I wanted just sphere trace. Fuck. Sphere trace by profile. I wanted this. A singular trace. God damn it. 120. Profile name overlap all dynamic. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Not multiple hits. or maybe actually I wanted multi-sphere. Yeah. Control Z the fuck out of it. Actually, I want multi-sphere trace. That could be lots of things that could be overlapping with this. So now, for each loop, blah blah. And if you're completed, then you can do this. But for this loop body, break hit result. And what we will do is we will get the hit actor. If it is valid, then no. Okay, I don't want this. Thank you. On flame overlap. And this is the location of the overlap. And we're golden. The same kind of logic here. Just with its own for each loop, of course. And yeah, we should be. We're not. Yes, we are. We should be able to burn 2 vines at once. Bang. Yep. The other vine also caught flames. Yes! That's what I wanted. Great. That's exactly what I wanted. And let's not draw debug anymore. Yeah, and now we have it. I can add another. I can duplicate this whole thing and add it here. Maybe move it like this. Maybe move it even around like this. It should be burning. But something weird is happening. I think I have some bug in here. Because immediately something spawns in there. That one is, I think, correctly going, but the other one is immediately going here. Okay. Same shit happens here, huh? So I have a suspicion. I cannot write. Thick flame collision propagation. Yep. Yeah, we are nearing the end of the stream and I am so out of energy because of my infection that shit. I am barely thinking. But from what I can think about is that on flame overlap there's something weird going on in here. That's something weird going on in here is that when one spline touches the other, the one flame that goes towards the end of the spline spawns correctly and moves correctly, while the one that goes towards the start of the spline, there is something wrong in there, and I think it might be that. And it is moving. Yes, and now it is beautifully moving towards the end flame. It doesn't, for some reason, spawn Niagaras on that way, which I'm not sure why it is doing that. But let's quickly create an altar for Half-Life 3 and burn it so it will happen this year. If it happens, it is because of this stream. I have a stupid idea. Now let's start the new. It will go up. Right. It should touch. And now not this one, this one. Let's rotate it. Let's create a closed loop. No. I want to quickly make a Half-Life logo out of this shit. It will be ugly, but whatever. What the hell happened in here? What? Wait, what? I messed up something. No. Okay, now we're... It will be the ugliest logo ever, but who cares? And let's take details. Spline. Closed loop. And now here. Okay. I am so freaking stupid. Another one. Yay! Almost. It's so ugly. But let's burn. And the logo for Half-Life 2 is burning. Now it is confirmed. If Half-Life 3 will happen this year, it's because of this sacrifice. We burned on the altar of Valve godhood. Oh my god, I am so stupid and out of energy, but I am happy with what we are able to achieve. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve, to create vines based on splines, let them propagate fire even more, so other things along the way could catch fire. Now, I need to add putting out fire. Yup. I need to add putting out fire and some way to spawn vines or something. What we will see how it will happen. Also, we need to get back to our bubble base when we have notes for the next future sessions. So add putting down flames to vines. What else? What I wanted to note? Ah, yes. For some reason, Niagara's for flame trail going towards spline start are not spawning properly. That's great. Now with that kind of thing, if it is a closed loop, it behaves differently. Okay. Okay. Let me just beautify this a little bit. Okay. Yep. Now we got it going. Okay. So we're able to accomplish this small little thing that we'll be putting on levels to burn down other stuff. So we have flame propagation on surfaces. We have flame propagation on wooden vines. In a very ugly and cartoony way, but Barabar says, nice. Thank you. And we could, I think, start creating some levels, maybe with that in mind, where the aim is always to either put down the flame or burn something in different ways. We'll see. But I'm out of mana for today. Completely out of mana. Let's finish with the ugliest Half-Life logo created. And yeah, I guess I will see you on next Sunday, 10:30 Warsaw time, And I hope I at least would be able to start sharing the GitHub documentation for all the Unreal quirk notes that I found over the years. And we will see if I will be able to set up the Discord for the next stream. Yeah, we'll see about that. And we will see what the next stream is about. Whether I'll be doing more game design stuff and implementation of prototypes, or maybe I will jump into some plugin. Maybe I will do some Niagara, maybe something else. I don't know, who knows? Nobody knows. I will know it and I will find out what I want to do for the next Sunday during this week. Alright, so without further ado, as the tired joke says, that's all I have to offer for today. I'm out of mana. I hope you guys have a nice day going forward. And have a good one. Bye bye, guys.